Wel, bore da. A dyma ni felly ar ochr BBC, mae dyn ni'r cofiau Cymreig, yr ebolion blwydd yn cyrraedd y nosbarth cyntaf bore yma sef dosbarth 76. Ac ar y pwynt yma, swn i'n hoffi croesawu beirniad ni, Mr Geraint Davies o Fedfa BT, fe na i gyflwyno fo'n ffurfiol yn y man. Ond fe fydd yng nghanol y cylch bore yma yn bwrw golwg dros y cofiau Cymreig a'r dosbarth cyntaf ydy'r ebolion blwydd. A very good morning to you all. The sun is shining at the moment here in Perth. And over on the BBC side of the main ring we have the first class for the Welsh Cobs, the yearling Colts class. There are 29 entries and our judge today is Mr Geraint Davies of the BP stud. I have a chance later on to formally welcome Mr Davies of the BP stud.
Good morning, bore da, in the middle of the ring, and canol prif gylch fan hyn, mae'r medal yn eich. So the Welsh Mountain Ponies will start in this morning, and a change to tradition. We have the young stock in, the first class today is Class 8, and this is the yearling colt. So, a traddodiad wedi newid, gyda ni'r cyffredau iau yma heddi, ar y dwr cyntaf o'r cyfle Cymraeg i oll. Dosbarth gyntaf sydd yn o mewn i'r gylch yw ebol yn dosbarth 9, yr ebol blwydd. A heddi y beiriad sydd yma heddi yw Julie Perrins o Sir Efrog. So hoffwn ni gyda hi a dod lawr yma heddi i bladdu'r adran yma. So I'd like to thank Julie Perrins for coming down to take this opportunity to judge after our show this year. So I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce you to Julie Perrins, our judge in the Welsh Mountain Pony section. Julie Perrins is part of Heaton stud from Yorkshire. She has been a member since 1964 and then became a life member in 1974. Her father was the inspiration. He also kept Mountain Ponies up there in Yorkshire. And our son, Will Perrins, is taking over the showing duties, and this began with him winning after our show when he was only 12 years old with Springone Ellie, and this is over 20 years ago. He had numerous wins over the years at the major shows, including last year winning the C Junior Stallion, and also yearling colt in the Welsh Cobs. She has judged at several shows around the UK, and last year at the Royal Highland, and also on this site at the last Stallion show. So we can say we are in our hands without this day, Mr Julie Perrins. So I hope you enjoy the experience here, and we have a wonderful day in front of us with the weather shining through. So I'm in front of you now is Class 8, the yearling colt in the West Mountain Pony section.
Good morning, and on the member centre side of the main ring this morning, we will have a mixed of classes in the Welsh Ponies of Cob type section, the section C, of course. Felly cychwyn y bore yma, bydd y dosbarth 52 yn yr adran Merlon Cymreig o Beit Cob. We're starting this morning with class 52, the Yearling Holt class in the section C's, and this is on page 151 of your catalogues. Pleser i'n croesawu ein beirniad ni yma eleni ar gyfer yr adrannau, sef Mr Geraint Thomas o Llanwmda ger Caernarfon. Croeso cynnes chi yma I lawr I Lanelwedd I wynebu'r adran hon. A very warm welcome to the section C judge here this year, Mr Geraint Thomas from Wilda Farm in Llanwmda near Caernarfon in North Wales, and we very much hope that he will enjoy his 2 days judging the section C's. And I'll formally introduce him and give a bit of background very shortly. But starting this morning with class 52, the Yearling Holt class.
Ar ochr y BBC, a hyn o bryd wrth gwrs, da ni yn nosbarth cyntaf y bore, sef nosbarth yr ebolion lwyth. A'r beirniad Mr Davies yn taro golwg, dros bob un ohonyn nhw wrth yn wneud y sioe cyntaf o flaen yr eisteddle. Starting this morning over on the BBC side with the Welsh Cob Yearling Colts. And our judge, Mr Davies, taking his first look at each one of them as they do their first individual shot around the front of the grandstand. A mae'n bleser ar hyn cynwyno i'n beirniad heddiw, sef Mr Geraint Davies o Brydfa Rhyd Ddu. I bod yn aelod o'r gymdeithas ers 1976 pan oedd yn 20 mlwydd oed. Felly os ydym ni'n gwneud y sums yn gywir, mae wedi bod yn aelod o'r gymdeithas ers 47 mlynedd. Ei brif angerdd dros y blynyddoedd wedi bod yr adran a'r adran C, a hynny gan ddiolch i'w wncwl Mr Ken Price o Brydfa Gwenfo, ac Dyna oedd ei ystadoliaeth ac oedd yn dangos rhysyd print yn gwybod Sandon Sîn a Geraint Bryn a Welon. A'i sioe gyntaf yma yn y sioe frenhinol oedd 1965. A wedyn yn 1979 fe ddechreuodd Brydfa Hyd Ddu gyda'i wraig Mandy. A'r daeth y wobr gyntaf oedd Brydfa'n goch gyntaf i'r Hyd Ddu yn 1992 gyda'r Donis Rosette. A'r beirniad bryd hynny oedd Mr Evans pant yn amlwg. Ac ers hynny mae Mr Davies yn Brydfa Hyd Ddu wedi ennill 4 medal aur yma yn y sioe frenhinol. Ac un o heini efo Coben Cymreig Pennal Princess Royal a'i hefyd yn Ben Camprau yn sioe feic Llambed. Yn 2019 fe oedd pencampwr stoc ifanc yr adran C a'r adran D yn hannu o waed Brydfa Hyd Ddu. Yn fwy diweddar, mae Mr Davies wedi bod yn brysur iawn gyda'r cymdeithas, wedi bod yn gadeirydd ar Cymdeithas y Berlod a Chopiau Cymreig a wedi bod yn olygydd y blwydd gyfer y Cymdeithas y Beibl Werdd. Ac yn hynny wedi ysgrifennu, swn i'n feddwl degau os nad cannoedd o erthygrau dros y blynyddoedd. Ar un gyntaf nath ysgrifennu ei hun ar gyfer Tŷ Hen Mati. Felly croeso mawr iawn i chi i'r prif gylch yma, Geraint. A gobeithio gewch chi ddiwrnod wrth eich bod yn dechrau bore yma gyda Copiau Cymreig y stoc ifanc. And I'd like to take this opportunity to officially welcome our judge for the Welsh Cops, Mr Geraint Davies of the BD Studs. He's been a member since 1976, when he was 20 years of age, and his main passion has been the Welsh Section C's and D's, and it all started back when he was accompanying his uncle, Ken Price, of the Gwennygo Stud, showing stallions like Rhystud Prince, Llangybni Selden Sîn, and Geraint Bryn a Welon, and his first joy in Welsh was in 1965. In 1979 then, he started the BD Stud with his wife, Mandy, and his first win came in 1992 with Donis Rosette, and the judge then was Mr Evans Pantan Amlwg. He won the Section C Championship with Ashgrove Abigail, and her son, P.T. Glyndwr, has won at the Most of the Air Show 3 times. Ashgrove Abigail was in fact unbeaten in all of the 32 outings as a mare. 4 gold medals have gone back to Hyd from the Royal Welsh and in the Cops, one of them being the young stock champion with Pennal Princess Royal, who was also champion at Lampeter. And I know that Mr Davies was especially proud in 2019 when the Section C and D young stock both had Hyd blood in them. So he's judging here today, and his first show to judge was back in 1983 in Pontrhy Bendigaid, when he was asked by Mr William Evans Tillai, the owner of Force Last Black Lady, to judge. He also judged the C's here back in 2008. And more recently then, he's been the chair of the Finance Committee of the Welsh Pony Cob Society and the Journal editor. And he's written many articles over the years, tens if not hundreds, and his contribution to the history of the Welsh Pony and Cob Society is a very notable one. So welcome this morning, Mr Davies, and I hope that you'll have a good start to your morning here on the BBC side of the Welsh Cops.
wrth i'r ybolion rwydd yn yr adran ac mynd I ffordd o gwmpas y cylch ger canolfan yr Elda. Fasen ni cael croesawu yn ffurfiol ein beirniad ni ar gyfer yr adran hon yma bore yma, sef Mr Geraint Thomas o Llanwda. Ac wrth gwrs Mr Thomas yn dod o Fydfa Pontlywed ac fwy diweddar hefyd Fydfa Telynna. So it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the judge for the Section C's here this morning, Mr Geraint Thomas of the Pontywyl Eisteddfod and more recently the Telynna Eisteddfod. Felly rhaid chydig o gefndir I chi am Mr Thomas yn wreiddiol fe gychwynnodd fagu meddwl Cymreig ar gyfer marchogaeth, ond mae ei hanes gyda'r adran ec yn deillio nôl o'r 70au, pan prynwyd merch I Lincoln Coed mewn arwerthiant ar fferm. Mae Synod Greetings yn ffil arall pwysig iawn a brynwyd I fewn i'r Fydfa yn falen fagu werthfawr iawn a wnaeth gynnychu llawer o stoc llwyddiannus i'r Fydfa gan gynnwys telynau cantores oedd yn enillydd rheolaidd yn y cylch ar ddangos gan gynnwys yn ennill yn sioe Royal of England. A nifer o I stoci wedi bod yn llwyddiannus yn y cylch. Castell Mai Celt, sef un o'r feirch yn Fydfa wedi ei ddangos yn llwyddiannus ar hyd y blynyddoedd yn ogystal o fod yn ail ar 2 gwaith gwahanol yma yn y sioe brenhinol. A llwyddiannau eraill Fydfeydd yn cynnwys ennill bencampwriaeth a is bencampwriaeth yr adran ec yn sioe gael 2 mlynedd yn olynol. Yn ogystal â chydw a cydio a dangos 5 adran o fewn yr adrannau Cymreig, nid yw Mr Thomas yn wyneb anghyfarwydd o gwbl I feirniadu mewn sioia mawr a sioia pwysica y wlad yn cynnwys sioe Leirch Llanber 2 waith, wedi beirniadu hefyd yn Glanys, a hefyd wedi mentro ymhellach tu hwnt I Gymru ac y Deyrnas Unedig I feirniadu Ne Affrica, Awstralia, America a nifer o wledydd o fewn Ewrop. Ond y wythnos hon, ni sy'n cael y pleser o'i groesawu yma i'r sioe brenhinol I feirniadu meddwl Cymreig o Dave Cobb. Felly, croeso cynnes iawn I chi, Mr Thomas, gan obeithio y gwnewch fwynhau y profiad a'r dosbarthiadau o'ch blaen heddiw a dydd Iau. So to give you a little bit of background about Mr Thomas, who is judging the Section C's here this year, of course, of the Pontywyl and Telynna Eisteddfod. So Mr Thomas originally bred Welsh ponies for riding purposes, but he started with the Section C's back in the 1970s when he purchased the daughter of Lincoln Coy at a farm sale. Synod Greetings was another astute purchase for Mr Thomas, of course a very valuable reading mare, being the dam of Telynna Cantores, which was a profit winner in the show ring, including at the Royal of England show. And another daughter of Cantores was second at the Royal Welsh show, and her offspring also exported to Germany. One of the studs, Stallion, Castell Mai Celt, was successfully shown, including second on 3 occasions at the Royal Welsh, and also winning the Premium C Championship 3 times at Lampeter Stallion Show. The successes with the Section C's include winning the Championship and Reserve Championship of the section at Cheshire County Show for 3 consecutive years, and as well as keeping, breeding and showing all 5 sections of the Welsh Stud Book, Mr Thomas is no stranger to judging at major shows either, and has judged at Lampeter Stallion Show on 2 occasions, Glaness Northreach and has also ventured beyond Wales and the UK to judge in South Africa, Australia, America and several countries within Europe. But this week it's our pleasure here at the Royal Welsh Show to welcome him to the main ring to judge the Welsh ponies of Cob type, starting with the youngstock classes here today. So a very warm welcome to you, Croeso cynnes, Mr Thomas, and we hope that you will enjoy your morning in the sunshine judging the youngstock classes.
Wel, dyna ni felly. Ar ochr y BBC, mae gyda ni ganlyniad cyntaf y borau yn y cobiau Cymreig yr ebolion blwydd. In the Welsh covering, we have our first result of the day for the Yearling Codes class. And a pleasure to welcome our sponsor here, Mr. Williams of the Greenland Insurance Services. And first there, in class number 76, the Welsh Cops is number 890. Declan Davis with Steppers, Love Island B. In second is number 887, Sam Cooper with Ryan Sampson Comet. In third, 902, Simon and Jodie Pring of Halliwell, Pentrefan, The Last Kingdom. In fourth place is number 907, J. Roland Williams with Hannah, Pride of Wales. In fifth, 883, F.G. Andrew with Maes Brithyr Prince Louis. And sixth, number 906, Stuart Watkins with Cwm Ffwrnais Gerard. Felly, llongyfarchiadau mawr dosbarth cyntaf yr ebolion blwydd yn adran y cobiau Cymreig wedi dirwyn i ben, a Mr Davies lawr am fod yn symud blaen i ddosbarth 77 i'r ebolesu neu'r adfeirch blwydd. 40 o geisiadau fan hyn. So results there in the yearly codes for you who are avid and keen catalogue markers. First, 890, second, 887, third, 902, fourth, 907, fifth, 883, and sixth, 906.
dyma ni felly canlyniad cyntaf bore yn yr adran NEC. So we have the first results of the morning in the section C's, and can I welcome Sam Taylor from Loxley Solicitors, the sponsors of this section, to the ring to present the awards. And we are very grateful to Loxley Solicitors for sponsoring this section here this year. Dyma ni felly canlyniad y dosbarth cyntaf, so the results of the yearly colt class, which is on page 151 of your catalogues. And congratulations to the winner of this class, number 605, and this is Crosslyn Enchanto, exhibited by Stacey Rogers. And I am heddiw, in second here today, we have 598, and this is Nepal Hugo, property of Owen Jones. And in third, we have 608, and this is Menai Studs Careless High Jinx. In fourth and over the page is number 611, Glynwyn Gucci, property of J.H. and H.A. Williams. In fifth, 595, and this is Anon Wild Winter, property of R.E. Bennett. And in sixth, we have 588, Newgap Persuasion, property of Christine Clegg. Felly llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I enillydd y dosbarth. Huge congratulations to the winner of the yearly colt class, Crosslyn Enchanto. Yn yr adrannau rwan, os ydych chi'n newid ymuno â ni ger canolfan yr aelodau, da ni'n barod I symud ymlaen I ddosbarth 53, sef y dosbarth ar gyfer ebolysu ac adfeith blwydd. So if you've just joined us by the member centre side of the main ring, We're ready now to move on to the second class of the morning in the section C's, and this is class 53, the yearling filly or gelding class.
And we have the first result in the Welsh Rugby Pony section. This is Class 8, the yearling colt. The first prize goes to number 67. The property of a Menai stud, as you can see leading the way there, so congratulations there. They're all connected with the Menai stud, with Menai Rebel, winning this yearling colt class, number 67. Second was 72. Prize exclusive, the property of Ryan Wilson, in Herefordshire. Third was 64. This is Detail Silver Coin, the property of Roger Redding. Fourth was number 50. This is Eleanor Boswell with Azadans Levictus. And fifth was number 60. This is BC and JL Joyner from Dorset with Kimber Joy's Time Tire. And sixth was number 52. This is Vicky Bodley with Detail San Siro. So I think tangogiadau I holl deulu lawr yn Llanysir, Rhydwan Menai, yn ennill dosbarth gyntaf Melon Mynydd Cymreig, yn efo blwydd efo Menai yn y Brennan. So felly y dosbarth nesaf yng nghanol Crigel Bryn, bydd dosbarth 9 yn y bonus yn Arfar Blwydd. So the next class we're covering here in the main ring, the middle ring here, the main ring, will be class 9, and this is a filly of gelding yearling. So just to confirm results there, first was 67, Menai the Rebel, the property of the Menai Stud on Llanysir. Second was 72, Ryan Wilson from Herefordshire, prize exclusive. Third was 64, Samantha Redding with Detail Silver Coin. Fourth was number 50, LR Bolsonaro with Aston's Victus. Fifth was number 60. This is the Joyner family with Kimber Joyce Time Tire. And sixth was number 52, Vicky Bodley with Detail San Siro. And as I explained, we're moving on now to the yearling filly class, the yearling filly and gelding class in the Welsh Rugby Pony section, and this is class 9.
Cofiau Cymreig. Mae Mr Davies wedi bwrw eilygaeth craff dros yr efelysu blwydd am y tro cyntaf wrth iddyn nhw'n gwneud i sioe o flaen yr eisteddle yma ar ochr y BBC. A hoffwn i ddiolch i nodwyr ar gyfer y Cofiau Cymreig bore yma, sef Greenland Insurance. Maen nhw'n retail broker sydd arbenigo mewn amlaeth ac yswiriant personol, a mae stondin nhw, y Greenland Pavilion, ar bwys y brif stondin, lle mae'r holl bobl yna i'ch helpu chi os ydych chi eisiau gair ynghylch rhywbeth i wneud gydag yswiriant. Over on the BBC side of the ring, our judge, Mr Davies, has had one look at the Welsh Cobs, the yearling fillies. The big class here, there are 40 entered. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, who are Greenland Insurance for the Welsh Cobs. And Greenland Insurance is a national retail broker specialising in agricultural, commercial and personal insurance risks. And call in for refreshments at the Greenland Pavilion underneath the main stand, where the specialist insurance advisors will be on hand to discuss any of your insurance requirements.
the middle ring, in the main ring here, is large class, the 47 third, and I believe 30 made their way to the ring, and the judges decided to push it down to the last 20. So from now on, the judge will be judging the 20 that are left and walking around in the middle of the ring. So that we're looking out Silanhe and Hanaw y Prifil, dosbarth yr Eboles ar adfer blwydd, a'r 4-7 geisydd, a mi ddangosod 10 ohonynt, ond mae'r beirniad yn penderfynu i cadw 20 i mewn am y tro, a bydd un o'r hyn yn ennill dosbarth 9, sef y dosbarth Eboles ar adfer blwydd. And we can see now the judge in the Welsh Mountain Pony section, in the middle of the main ring here, has decided to whittle it down even further. So we have 16 left, so we're down to the final 16 in the middle of the ring here, in the filly and gelding class. So felly, i lawr nawr 15 o Ebalesi a Dweud Blwydd yn canol cylch yn yr adran A.
Wel, ar ochr y BBC, beirniad Mr Davies yn taro golwg olaf dros yr Ebalesi blwydd. 20 allan o 40 wedi dod ymlaen gan bron heddiw. So over in the section D ring, Mr Davies is having a final look over his Welsh Cob yearling filly lineup. 20 of the 40 entries forward here today. And as Mr Davies looks through his early fillies, of course, the climax of all of this morning's classes will be the Section D Young Stock Championship that will be held around dinner time. And Mr Davies, of course, will be back tomorrow morning for the judging of the Welsh Cob senior classes. And the pinnacle of the afternoon for the Welsh Cob stallions. So in the Welsh Cobs, we have our second result of the day, the result of the Welsh Cob Yearling Filly class. Class number 77. And first was exhibit number 918, Malcolm Cross with Willow Court Neon. Second goes to 943, Andrew Thomas with Hyderwen Mabley. In third is number 933, Ian Manning with Walnut Lady Rosina. Fourth, 930, Bethan James with Crindian Lady Hattie. In fifth, 940, Abergavenny Studs, Abergavenny Melody. And in sixth, 934, CJ Merrick with Brynithon Rock Chip. And we also welcomed our sponsor there, Mr. Roland Williams of the Greenland Insurance Services Limited. So there we are then, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Welsh Cob Yearling Filly class number 918, Malcolm Cross with Willow Court Neon. Second, Hyderwen Mabley. In third, Walnut Lady Rosina. Fourth, Crindian Lady Hetty. Fifth, Abergavenny Melody. And sixth, Brynithon Rock Chip. So for you who are filling your catalogues, first, 918. Second, 943. Third, 933. Fourth, 930. Fifth, 940. And sixth, 934. Felly, llongyfarchiadau mawr I Willow Court Neon. So back to the Welsh cobring. The 2-year-old colts are coming into the ring, class number 79. So if you're joining us now on the BBC side of the main ring, we have the start of class number 79, the 2-year-old colts. Os ydych chi'n ymuno gyda ni, croeso, a bore da iawn i chi ar ochr yma yn y prif gylch ar ochr y BBC. Mae beirniadu dosbarth 79 yn ebolio'r blwydd ar gyfer y Cofiau Cymreig ar ddechrau. Ebolion 2 blwydd, mae'n iawn.
And we have a result in the Welsh Ping Pong section. This is class 9. This is the filly of Yilling Gelding. And first went to 118. Roland Williams from the Greenland Assurance, who sponsored the Welsh Cob Junior classes this morning. And this was Gargale Baby Doll, shown there by Adam Fletcher. Second was 105. This is Salstas Miss Mabel, the property of Agnes Irupe from Sweden, shown there by Colin Jimmy. And third was Triple One. And we see Thomas Jones there from Manchester with Friday Fendi. And fourth, 102, Kay O'Leary with Catherine O'Leary, shown there by Bill Roberts. So putting our hands together to the winner of the Olympic class in the Welsh Ping Pong section, number 118. Garfield, Baby Doll, the property of Bill Williams from Aberystwyth, shown there by Adam Fletcher. So just to confirm the results, Bill. First was 118, Roland Williams with Garfield Baby Doll. Second was 105, the partner Super Season with Southwest Stable. Third was 111, and this is Men and Friday Studs, shown by Thomas Jones with Friday Fendi. And fourth was 102, KO Lily, Capitals the League, shown by Ray Roberts. Fifth was 97, and this is W.A. Lewis for Colin Bay with Independent Stars of the Universe, shown by Shane Rogers. And sixth was number 77, Kitty Body with PK Jolie. So those are results now for the 50 class, 308 million class in the Ross Only Point section, class 9. So felly oedd dosbarth prif yna o'r goblesu addurblwydd yn adran yn y Dyron yn Cymru, a felly dyma cymeriadau chi. Yn gyntaf oedd 118, Roland Williams Aberystwyth. Yn ail oedd 105, Baroness I. Rwbeth o Sweden. Yn trydydd oedd 111, Brydfa Menai a Ffraidli. Efo Ffraidli Fendi o Landysir. Yn pedwerydd, 102, Captains the League. Pethrogaeth Kay Owen Lily. Pumed o 97, Lewis Billy Lewis o Columbier o Hyd of Erwin Stars of the Universe. A chweched o P77, Kitty Body efo Dale Jolie. Felly, rydym am mewn syth ymlaen nawr i dosbarth S10, a hwn yw'r gwobr ar gyfer yr eboles, neu'r ebol flwyddonau yn adran Merlon Mynydd Cymreig. So we're moving on to Robert Owens Prior Stud Memorial Award, and this is the best yearling West Mountain pony, and this will be completed for the winner of Class 8 and Class 9. So we kept the 2 yearling fillies in. So we're waiting now the 2 yearling colts, the first and second prize winners from Class 8. And they will be competing for S10, which is the Robert Owens Prior Stud Memorial Award. And you can see our judge, Mr. Julie Perrins from Yorkshire, from Eatonstone, awarding the first special of the day. And the special is for the best yearling in the Welshborn Pony section. And this is the Robert Owens Fire Stud Memorial Award. And you can see Sean Morris here handing out rosettes. And fortunately, or coincidentally, the winner here now is number 67, Menai the Rebel, the property of the Menai Stud, as shown by Shane Farrell, and that was the yearling colt winner. And the second place yearling colt also took the reserve. And this was bred by Sean Morris with Friars exclusive, the property of Ryan Wilson. So lovely fitting award there. That both of these ponies, these yearling colts, have the Friars breeding in their lines. Both the yearling colts. So first was the Menai Stud, Friday Stud with Menai the Rebel, and second was Ryan Wilson with Friars exclusive. So felly y wobr ar gyfer yr eboles neu efo Rwy Dore yn yr ardal Meddwl Mynydd Cymreig. O'r wobr y Robert Owens a Prifra Friars ac y Sean Morris yna rhoi gofryn allan ar y deilwm oedd yr efo blwydd, Menai Rebel o Llandysil, ac yn ail y G-Wobr o Friars Exclusive ar gyfer Madi gan Sian, ond yn perchnogaeth Ryan Wilson o Swydd Penffordd. So put your hands together for the yearling colt, the winner of the yearling special. The Menai Stud there, and Friday Stud with Friday the Rebel. And following on was the second place yearling colt. And this was Friars exclusive, the property of Ryan Wilson from Herefordshire. So after a wonderful class in the yearling fillies there, we're moving on now to class 11. This will be the 2-year-old colt. Felly bydd ni sy'n rhan I dosbarth 11, yr efo 2 flwydd. Y 45 o ceisiadau. So there will be 19 entries forward in this class.
dyma ni felly canlyniad ail ddosbarth y bore yn yr adran Ec. And so we have results in the second class of the morning in the section C's, and this is class 53 on page 152 of your catalogues. Llongyfarchiadau mawr i'r enillydd yn y dosbarth hwn. Many congratulations to the winner in this class, and this is number 647. Ash Meadow Delilah, property of John and Linda Wilkinson. Yn ail yma heddiw, second PSA, we have 648, and this is Carles Baby Shop, property of G.O. Williams. In third, in drydydd, 629, and this is Owen Jones's Nebo Rosalind. In fourth, we have 636, and this is Gemma Morris's Border Valley Queen of Dreams. And bumed wedyn, in fifth, 631, and this is Elvine Fabuloso, property of Geraint Lewis. And in sixth is 618, and this is the Shaman and Fuller families, Copperthorne China Doll. Felly llongyfarchiadau mawr i enillydd y dosbarth ebolysu neu adref blwydd, sef Ash Meadow Delilah o dan berchnogaeth John a Linda Wilkinson. Many congratulations to the winner of the Yellow Filly or Gelding class in the section C's, and this was John and Linda Wilkinson with Ash Meadow Delilah. Ac os ydych chi newydd ymuno ni ger canolfan yr aelodau, yn y rhan honno o'r prif gylch, mi fyddwn ni'n symud ymlaen nesaf i wobr arbennig 54, sef y wobr ar gyfer eboles neu adfarch blwydd gorau. So if you have just joined us by the member centre side of the main ring, in the section C's, we'll now be moving on to class special 54, where we will have the special for the best yearling colt, filly or gelding. So the winners from the previous two classes will be competing for this special award.
A dyna ni felly, mae gennym ni ganlyniad yn ysbart 79 yn y Copiau Cymreig, yr ebolion 2 oed. We have a result in the Welsh Cob section for the 2-year-old club colt, and the winner this year is number 959, CJ Merrick with Brynithon Skywalker. Second is number 958, JM Llewellyn James with Avon Valley Acadian. In third is number 963, Hal Raybould with Dowlesbrook St George. In fourth, F.G. Andrew, Maes Prydydd Welsh Prince. Fifth, number 960, Nathan Minette with Coldwell Tango. And sixth, 961, Pippa Ramsey with Dyffryn Goy, Lord Jack. So there we are then, show your appreciation to the winners of the 2-year-old coach class, the Rinnicon Skywalker, Avon Valley Acadia, Dowlsbrook St George, Maes Prydydd Welsh Prince, Coldwell Tango, and Dyffryn Goy, Lord Jack. Felly, congyfarchiadau mawr na I enillydd yr ebolion drwy flwydd oed, I 959 o eiddo y teulu Merrick, sef Brynithon Skywalker. Congyfarchiadau mawr iddyn nhw. And for you, following with your catalogues, first class number 79 on page 164, first 959, second 958, third 963, fourth 952, fifth 960, and sixth 961. Ac ynghylch y copiau Cymreig, dyn ni'n symud mlaen I ddosbarth 80 yn ebolesu neu'r adref 2 flwydd oed. Os ydych chi newydd ymuno, dyn ni wedi cael 3 dosbarth eisoes bore yma, yr ebol blwydd, yr eboles blwydd a'r ebol 2 flwydd. A dyn ni erbyn hyn yn cyrraedd yr ebolesu 2 flwydd oed. Ac wrth gwrs y copiau Cymreig ar ochr y BBC a'r PW a'r NFU. Ac wrth gwrs fori y copiau Cymreig yn cymryd canol y prif gyrchwrs. Yn ni croesawu y dosbarthiadau hir i'r gyrch. So if you're only joining us now, over on the BBC side of the ring we have the judging of the Welsh Cob 2-year-old filly class. Already this morning we had the judging of the yearling colt, the 2-year-old colt, and the yearling filly class. So moving on now to class number 80, the 2-year-old filly or gelding.
A dyma ni felly, mae ein beirniad yn yr adran ac, sef Geraint Thomas o'r Gwyliau Ponterwyd a Tylyna. Wrth gwrs, wedi gwneud i benderfyniad yn dosbarth arbennig 54. So our judge, Mr. Geraint Thomas, in the section C's, has made a position in Special 54, which is the award for the best yearling colt filly or gelding. And receiving this award here this year is the winner of the first class of the morning, the yearling colt. And this is exhibit number 605, Crosslin Enchanto, property of Stacey Rogers. So am gynulleidfa mawr iawn ar ennill y wobr arbennig hon yn dilyn dod i'r brig yn y dosbarth ebolion blwydd y bore yma. Derbyn y gi o wobr, and so receiving the reserve award is the winner of the yearling filly or gelding class. And as you will remember, this was number 647 in your catalogues. Ash Meadow Delilah, property of John and Linda Wilkinson. So show your appreciation, ladies and gentlemen, to the winner of the best young colt filly or gelding in the section C's, number 605, winner of the yearling colt class. Closely followed by 647, the winning yearling filly. And now, following on from those two strong yearling classes in the section C's, we'll now be moving on to class 55, which is the 2-year-old colt class. Lle rwan bod ni wedi dod i ben gyda ddau ddosbarth ar gyfer y blwyddyn yn yr adran ac, ddau ddosbarth clir iawn yma bore yma. Mi ydyn ni rwan yn symud ymlaen i ddosbarth 55, sef y dosbarth ar gyfer ebolion dyrwydd oed. Ac mae hwn ar dudalen 153 yn y catalog y hynny sydd yn dilyn.
Two recruits in the national football section. So it's Class 11, page 153 in catalogue, and 134. And first number 122, history number 4 of Skyfall. In second was 133, Owen Griffiths, in Denver, and shown by Sam Mosley. And you can see, off we go, 4 books. Skyfall, we have the history of the program. Winning again to our house, this time it was a 2-year-old. And followed on second was 133, with our Denver, because we Owen Griffiths. Third is a 1-kilo Lina Deveni, the property of Ashley Allboy and Daniel Williamson. And fourth is 129, Wendy Low Barnes, with 4 Oaks Crescendo. Fifth was 127, Torren Hughes from Canary, with Dorothy Alcantara Bar. In sixth, from Dorset, was number 128, Sue Kerber with Islay Diogba. So congratulations to the winner there, Heath Freeman with 4 of Skyfall. So felly, Tanya Ekberg, Tosca Ebolgui, Tosca Inahe, and Gupta of Ian Dai, Heath Freeman of Kumra with 4 of Skyfall, and I of Ian Chi or Heath Griffiths or Tonight or Denver, and Trippier of Ian Chi Ashley Allboy, Daniel Williamson or Quebec, Lina Deveni, Pituere of Ian Now, Wendy Low Barnes, Forrest Crescendo, Pittman of Ian Site, Torren Hughes or Canary with Dorothy Alcantara Bar. After the cricket, Ian with Sue Kerber with Islay Diogba. So that is the now I dosbarthu Nican, so Rebones in Adma Dwyfwy. So we're moving on now to Class 12, and this is the Philly or Gelding 2-year-old. We shall have 29 entries here.
Ac yn Cylch y Copiau Cymreig ar ochr y BBC ar ennill fyw. Dyn ni'n croesawu ein noddwr unwaith eto, Mr Roland Williams o gwmni yswiriant Greenlands. Ac wrth gwrs, mae stondin nhw o dan yr eistedler, felly ewch draw yn baned i ofyn am unrhyw gwestiynes yswiriant sydd gyda chi. And in the Welsh Cops, the judge, Mr Geraint Davies, has come to his final decision in the 2-year-old filly class, and the rosettes are being presented now to the winners by our sponsor, Mr Roland Williams of the Greenlands Insurance Services. And in the 2-year-old filly class, the winner there was number 969, the Jones family's Ronald Bonedigues Arai. Second was 979, Scott Gibbons and Martin Cole, Gibbons and Cole, with Tymor Truly Scrumptious. In third, number 975, Mark Swiston with Llan Morlais Crown Jewel. Fourth, Lee Smith, 976 with Honnas Lady Corona. Fifth, number 974, R.G. McNeil with Pennell Galaxy. And sixth, number 978, John Townsend with Cray Valley Stardust. So show your appreciation then, ladies and gentlemen, to the winner of the 2-year-old filly class in the Welsh Cops, number 969, Ronald Bonedigues Arai. And Tymor Truly Scrumptious, Llan Morlais Crown Jewel, Honnas Lady Corona, Pennell Galaxy, and Cray Valley Stardust. Felly llongyfarchiadau mawr I Daily Jones Ron Goi gyda Ronald Bonedigues Arai. And for you following with your catalogs, we're on page 164 and 165. First, 969. Second, 979. Third, 975. Fourth, 976. Fifth, 974. And sixth, 978. And the winner of that class, Ronald Bonedigues Arai, also takes home Special 81, the John and Carol Riley Special Award and the Royal Welsh Special Rosette. Kindly given by John and Carol Riley of the Cwmcarran Welsh Cops in Australia. So we'll be moving on now to class number 82, the 3-year-old colts. Felly os ydych chi'n ymuno gyda ni, bore da, chroeso, dyn ni yn y Copiau Cymreig newydd orffen gyda dosbarth yr ebolesi dwyflwydd, ac yn symud ymlaen nawr I ddosbarth rhif 82, yr ebolion tair mlwydd oed. 13 o geisiadau yn y dosbarth yma. Dyma'r un cyntaf ar gyfer y dosbarth, ebolion tair mlwydd oed.
16 Welsh Champion ponies. The Two-year-old class is narrowed down to the last 12. So the judge will have a look at these finalists here to compete for the first prize in this class. So that they will be now the dosbarth deuddeg, yr ebolus arfer dwy flwydd. Peiriad wedi penderfynu cadw deuddeg mewn i'r dosbarth yma, ac ei barnu hyn yn ddigon eto. A bydd enillydd yn dod o'r deuddeg yma.
A dyma ni felly canlyniad yn ysbarth yr ebolion gyflwydd oed yn Adran F. And so we have results in class 55, the 2-year-old colt class in the section C's. And this is on page 153 to those of you who are marking your catalogues. So I'm going to chyda mawr iawn I enillydd y dosbarth yma, sef rhif 663. Many congratulations to the winner of the 2-year-old colt class. And put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the winner, 663. And this is Richard Pittsman with Hopsters, Duke of Gloucester. Followed in second by 651. and this is C.A. Bodley with Greendale Deja Vu. In third, we have 6-5-0, and this is William and Demi Jo Bassett with Winda Definitely Maybe. In fourth, 6-6-5, and this is Java Welsh's Newgate Prince Philip. In fifth, 6-6-0, Louise Liptrot with Pontardawe Johnny B. Good. And in sixth, 6-5-7, and this is Jessica Dunn and Jamie Townsend with Delgad Billy Joe. Felly, llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I enillydd y dosbarth hwn, sef y dosbarth ar gyfer ebolion dyflwydd oed. So many congratulations to the winner of the 2-year-old Colts class, Richard Pittman from Glamorgan. Mi fyddwn ni'n symud ymlaen yn syth rwan I ddosbarth polisi neu adref dyflwydd oed yn yr adran ac. So we're moving straight on in the section C's to the 2-year-old filly of Gelding class, class 56.
We see that the judge has handed out rosettes in the two locally for gelding class. This is class 12. And first I went to number 149, this is Joe Farrell from Yorkshire. And this is Wakefield Jennifer. And this is shown by Lisa Reed. And second was 143, David Davis, Jonathan Toussaint with Peter Catley. Third went to 146, and this is Michael and Vicky Alfred with Islin Shanti. And fourth went to 150, this is Carrie Bell with Windsor Mystical. And fifth was 167, Stephen Williams with Tesla Dangerous Lady. And sixth was 160, Gemma Morris with Rocky View Welsh Doll. So congratulations to the winner there, Jill Farrell from Yorkshire, with Wakefield Genevieve. So felly gyfer cyniadau chi ar gyfer dosbarth 12. Yn gyntaf, 149, Jill Farrell o Swydd Efrog. Yn ail, 143, Darius o Ceilan, o Ceilan Teiglin. Yn trydydd, 150, Kerry Fell, gyda Prince a Mystical. Yn ddrwg gen i 145, yn y trydydd, Michael yn Vicky Alfred, efo'r Islin Shanti. Yn pedwerydd, 150, so Kerry Fell o Prince a Mystical. Yn pumed, 167, Stephen Williams, gyda Hesper, Dangerous Lady. Ac yn y chweched, 165, Gemma Morris efo Rocky View Welsh Doll. So ydw'n mynd on nawr i dosbarth 13, sef yr eiddo tair. So we're moving on now to class 13, and this is the 3-0 court.
gyntaf o Mr Geraint Thomas yn yr adran ec yn cael golwg meddylach ar golestu o'r blaen. Pleser yw cael croesawu a diolch i noddwyr yr adran hon yna wedi. So whilst our judge in section C, Mr Geraint Thomas, is having a closer look at the fillies in front of him as they do their individual show, it gives me great pleasure to welcome and to thank the sponsors for this section here this year, Locksley Solicitors. Locksley is a specialist law firm advising on all aspects of rural property and agricultural business. The firm acts for clients throughout Wales and England. Locksley's lawyers advise on farm sales and purchases, agricultural tenancies, planning and development, wills and probate, succession issues and property disputes. And we're very thankful to Sam Taylor, who's with us in the grandstand here today to present the awards on behalf of Locksley Solicitors. Felly diolch yn fawr iawn i noddwyr yr adran ec yma heddiw, ynghyd â holl noddwyr ar draws yr adrannau amrywiol am eu cefnogaeth.
And in the section D's, we have the results for class number 82, the 3-year-old colt. And the winner there is number 986, Gerald Hargest with Bryn Oer Giorgio. Second then, we have number 984, Jones Evans family with Ronald Kingpin. In third, we have 988, Stuart McNeil with Aberlogyn Taran. In fourth, 990, Daniel Morgan with Parc Eduardo. Fifth, 992, Gethin Turner with Llangell Cassius. And sixth, number 987, Amy Hart with Cray Valley St George. So there we are then. Show your appreciation to the winner of the 3-year-old colt class, number 986, Gerald Hargest with Bryn Oer Giorgio. Ronald Kingpin, Aberlogyn Taran, Parc Eduardo, Llangell Cassius, at Creu Valley St George. Llongyfarchiadau mawr i'r buddigwr yn nosbarth yn ebolion 3 mlwydd oed yn y Cofiau Cymreig. Gerald Hargest gyda Bryn Oer John John o ardal Blaenau Gwent. So for you filling in the catalogues, we're on page number 165, class 82. So first 986, second 984, third 988, fourth 990, fifth 992, and sixth 987. So we're moving on then in the Welsh Cogs to the 3-year-old filly class number 83. Ac felly yn y Cofiau Cymreig, da ni'n symud mlaen i ddosbarth ebolesu 3 mlwydd oed, 29 o geisiadau yn fan hyn, cyn symud ymlaen at uchafbwynt y bore yn y Cofiau Cymreig, sef prif bencampwriaeth y stoc ifanc. Ac rhagweld pwy fydd yn cipio medalau y Cymdeithas y Merlod a'r Cofiau Cymreig. Wel, awyrgylch arbennig yma ar ochr y Cofiau Cymreig ar gyfer yr ebolesu 3 mlwydd oed. Don dosbarth ebolesu a mae Dan i sang yma. The atmosphere is electric over here in the Welsh Cob ring for the 3-year-old filly class, a full class of 3-year-old fillies.
A dyma ni felly canlyniad yn ysbrach yn y bolisi dyflwyd. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the winner of the 2-year-old filly in the section C, number 669, and this is the Oliver family's Hoswen Cindy. Llongyfarchiadau mawr i chi fel teulu ar ennill y dosbarth i bolisi dyflwyd. Followed in second by 676. And this is Donis Norma Jean, property of J. Kirk. In third, 667. And this is Michael Copley's Travel Queen of Diamonds. In fourth, 671. Ditton Creon's Monica, property of Emily Glazier. In fifth, 670. And this is Nelson Fuller's Maxfield Shakira. And in sixth, 674, Ride Head Over Heels, property of Sarah Hunt. Felly, llongyfarchiadau mawr i'r unigol y dosbarth, e bolisi dyflwyd, sef Hoswen Cindy, rhif 669 a dudalen 154 yn eich catalog. Yn ail wedyn, 676, Donis Norma Jean, ac yn drydydd heddiw, 667, Travel Queen of Diamonds. Yn yr adraneg, mi fyddwn ni symud ymlaen nesaf i ddosbarth 57, sef y dosbarth ar gyfer ebolion tair. So we'll be moving on swiftly now to the 3-year-old colt class in the section C's, and this is class 57 on page 154 of your catalogues.
Congratulations to the winner of the 3-on-4 class in the welcome pony section. This is class 13. This goes to 178. Ashley Oldroyd and Daniel Williamson from Connecticut, with Idyllic Sector with 184. And second was 183. Peter Ben Shaban from property. You can stand down now with a horse loose. Congratulations, we caught the horse out there. So I'll continue with the results now in the Welshman Pony section. Just the prize winners. And here we go. Now, first of all, as you see, moving off now, as the winner, number 178, Idyllic Sector of the property. Now, Ashley Oldroyd and Daniel Williamson from Connecticut. Victory, let's go start. Second was 183, Yuan Williams with Peter Ben Shaban. Third was 174, Charles Kilby with Stage 4. Fourth was 168, Sandy Anderson with 50,000 Blue Daniel. Fifth was 184, Stu Williams with Avan and Billy Rock. And sixth was 171, Daniel Ely with Hallecker. Here we are. So I think this is kind of high and the stuff kind of day. We could now need to get there. Ashley Oldroyd, Daniel Williamson, of inside doing. And I, of E3, Yuan Williams, or Peter Ben Shaban. Chidley, inside Pedra, Charles Kilby, Registered 4, Pedweri, the Ulrich Sandy Anderson, Christopher Blue Daniel, and Chidley, of Ewan Pedra, Williams, Alan Kilby Rock. I can pick inside the Daniel Ely, about Hallecker, Salion. So congratulations to over there. Ashley Oldroyd, Daniel Williamson, our winner, one class of 3-on-4. So we're ready to move on now to class 14. This is the field again, 3 years old. Felly, sefydlwn ni mlaen nawr i dosbarth yn 4 deg, yr bonus yn adran tair blwydd. Mae nifer fawr wedi ymgeisio yn y dosbarth yma. Mae 4 o ceisiadau yma. So we have a large class 4 now in the Welshman Pony section 3-0 release. There are 41 entries entered.
Dyma ni felly canlyniad etholiad tair yn Adran Ac. So the result of the 3-year-old colt class in the section C's. And put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the winner of the 3-year-old colt class, making his way across the front of the grandstand, number 688. And this is Midnight Law Fury, property of the Midnight and Friary Studs. Congratulations fawr i chi ar ennill y dosbarth ebolion tair yma eleni. In second, we have 686, and this is Bryn y Gwenyn Welsh Emperor, property of Brooke Kehoe. In third, we have 682, Buxwood Brenny, property of Jamie Lee Garland. In fourth, 684, and this is Little Beechen VIP, property of Stacey Hastings May Gemstead. In fifth, we have 685, and this is Abergavenny Golden Quest, property of Owen Jones. And in sixth, we have 681, and this is Ormond Rocococo, property of Claire Davis. Felly, llongyfarchiadau mawr i enillydd y dosbarth ebolion tair, sef Midnight Law Fury. A dosbarth nesaf yn yr Adran Ac fydd y dosbarth ar gyfer ebolesu neu adreif tair oed. So the next class in the section C's will be the 3-year-old filly or gelding class on pages 154 and 155 in the catalogue.
A draw ynghylch y copiau, mae feirniadu yn dechrau dod i mewn yn nosbarth yr ebolesu tair mlwydd oed. Dwi'n gweld y dwi'n dechrau prysuro ar gyrion y prif gylch, ac os mae nawr yn ymuno Mi ydyn ni wrthi efo'r sy'n tair blwydd oed ar ôl cael bore bendigedig cystadlu yn ystrathiadau y stoc ifanc. A fyddwn ni'n cyrraedd pinnacle y stoc ifanc ac yn gweld pwy fydd yn cipio medalau y Cymdeithas Ymyrlod a'r Cofiau Cymreig ar gyfer yr adrad y stoc ifanc. If you are joining us now in the Welsh Cobs down on the BBC side of the main ring here, we are now on the 3-year-old filly class. After a fantastic morning of all of the young stock classes, the yearlings and then the 2-year-olds and now the 3-year-olds, we shall move on to the pinnacle, which is the Young Stock Championship, and to see who will take home the Welsh Pony and Cob Society Gold Medal Awards. Dyna ni felly, mae gennym ni ganlyniad yn cylch y Copiau Cymreig ar ei blesu tair blwydd oed. So we have a result and we're welcoming our sponsors, Mr. Roland Williams of the Greenland Insurance, back to present the results. And the winner there is number 1018, Ross Thomas with Ronas Welsh Dolly. In second, 1008, RB and A. Jones, Brynant Serenmai. In third, number 993, FG Andrew with Maes Cryfdir Serenbach. And fourth, number 1014, Yola Roberts with Trobat Brenhines Asay. So show your appreciation in the Welsh Club section, ladies and gentlemen, as they do their lap of honour to the winner there, number 1018, Ross Thomas with Honas Welsh Dolly. And I'll carry on with the results there. So fifth place went to 1005, Gwyneth Griffiths with Dyffryn Gwy Madeleine Mai. And sixth was number 995, R.J. Davis with Hywel Melody. Dyna ni felly, llong gyfarchiadau mawr i'r un oedd yn ddigol yn sgwad yr eblysu tair blwydd oed. 1018, Ross Thomas gyda Honas Welsh Dolly. Tipyn o ddosbarth yn fyna. Ross Ugen yn bresennol a Mr Davies wedi cael modd i ddew, dwi'n siŵr, y beirniadu yr eblysu tair blwydd oed. O, yna loose horse, if the judging can stop, please. Okay, Stewart, there's a loose horse. Dyna ni, diolch yn fawr iawn i chi gyd. So, just to confirm for you who are filling your catalogues, so if you go to page 165, 166, this is your old to fill your gelding, the Welsh Cobbs. So first was 1018, second 1008, third, on the page before, is 993, fourth, 1014, fifth, 1005, and sixth, 995. Felly dyna ni yn Copiau Cymreig, y dosbarthiadau i gyd wedi dod i ben, sy'n golygu dim ond un peth, a bod ni'n cyrraedd yr uchafbwynt ar gyfer y stoc ifanc yn y Copiau Cymreig, sef pencampwriaeth y stoc ifanc. Ac i weld pa un o'r ceffylau bore fydd yn cael ei coroni gyda medal A i'r Cymdeithas y Merlod a'r Copiau Cymreig. So there we are in the Welsh Cobbs. All of the classes have been judged, and that only meaning one thing, that it's time to judge the Young Stock Championship in the Welsh Cobbs and to see who will be crowned as the Young Stock Champion and take home the gold medal of the Welsh Pony and Cobb Society. So one correction there, my apologies. The 3-year-old filly class in 5th, it was number 1001, the Chapman family's Copperthorne Killer Queen. So in class number 83, the 3-year-old filly o gelding in the Cops, 5th was 1001, the property of the Chapman family. Os ydych wedi bod yn sioia, neu yn mewn sioiau dros y blynyddoedd mewn byddwch chi'n deall, y drefn yma yn y Copiau Cymreig. Am di chi sydd heb, neu sydd newydd, mi fath yn dyma'ch tro cyntaf chi yn y sioe frenhinol. Yr hyn sydd yn digwydd ydy bod 6 dosbarth wedi bod bore yma, gyda'r cystadlu yn frwd iawn am bob un ohonyn nhw, a'r 6 enillydd yna yn dod ymlaen ar gyfer pencampwriaeth y stoc i farn. So, cyntaf yr enillydd yn bob un yn dod ymlaen a chystadlu ar gyfer pencampwriaeth. If this is maybe your first time at the Royal Welsh Show, this is what's happening in the Welsh Cob section run by the BBC, is that we have the Young Stock Championship. So this morning we've had 6 classes with 1 to 3-year-olds, females and males. And the winner of each of their respective classes have come back now to be judged by the judge, Mr Davis, and see who shall be crowned as the Young Stock champions. And they are all competing as well for the Welsh Pony and Cob Society Gold Medal. Los trolling Llyngaid, I gylch y Copiau Cymreig, dwi'n gweld bod Mr Davies wedi dios I het. If we turn our eyes to the Welsh covering, I can see that Mr Davies has pulled his hat off. And the 2023 Welsh Cob Youngstock Championship goes to the 2-year-old filly, the Jones family, Ronald Bonedigues Arai. And reserve goes to the 3-year-old filly, Ross Thomas with Honas Welsh Dolly. Dyna ni felly, pencampwriaeth stoc ifanc y Copiau Cymreig ar fore mis Mawrth. Y pencampwriaeth oedd yr ebolaeth stwyddwyd, Ronald Bonedigues Arai, a'r is-pencampwr oedd Ross Thomas efo'r Honas Welsh Dolly. Felly ar ddiwedd bore bendigedig yma ynghylch y Copiau Cymreig, yr efolesu sydd yn dyrchafu ac yn cyrraedd y brig. Mewn pencampwriaeth o safon uchel iawn, dwi'n siŵr bod Mr Davies wedi mwynhau ei bore cyntaf o waith gyda ni yma yn y sioe brenhinol. Ond megis dechrau mae am fydd yn ôl ben bore fori am 8 o'r gloch ar gyfer y dosbarthiadau hun. Ac wrth gwrs prynhawn fori ar gyfer dosbarthiadau yn eraill. Yma bydd yna filoedd wedi dod ynghyd I weld y wledd honno. Well, I'm sure that you'll all agree that the classes in the Welsh Cobs this morning have been truly spectacular. But at the end of the morning, the females have come to the top. Mr Davies hopefully has had a very enjoyable morning with us here today, but the work is just only starting as he'll be back tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock to judge the seniors, with all the male classes happening in the middle of the main ring tomorrow morning, and then of course the climax tomorrow afternoon with the judging of the Welsh Cob Stallions and the Prince of Wales Cup. Dyna ni felly, rhwng gymeradwyaeth I bencampwr stoc ifanc y Copiau Cymreig, Ronald Bonedigues Arai. Show your appreciation to the Welsh Cob Young Stock Champion, Ronald Bonedigues Arai, followed by Honas Welsh Dolly. Congratulations.
And we can confirm the results in Class 14. This is the final class of this morning. It's the female gelding 3 years old. So congratulations there to number 199. That's Dora Jones, joined by SIP Jones, Swing Conway, comes on the Trustman. Second was 202, Charles Kilby with Wednesday Magic Touch. Third was number 192, Stuart Franklin with Sarah Rosabella. And fourth is number 140, and you'll see this that is entered in the 2-year-old getting class, that is 134, so 140, Kitty Baldry in E-Bale Silhouette. We'll go back to a run now, so number 5th position is 192. And 6 was 219. And then next third, Richard Jones with Friday Sophia. So just to confirm those results again, first was 199, SIP Jones from Trustman with Still Holloway. Second was 202, Charlotte Kilby from Essex with Wednesday Magic Touch. Third was 191, Penny Bell with Wendy Miss Ellie, shown by Justin Davis. And fourth was 140, which appears in the 2-year-old filly class, which is Vicky Baldry with E-Bale Silhouette. And fifth was 192, Sam Rosabella with Stuart Franklin. And sixth was 209, then I finally start with Friday Sophia. So, felly cyflwyniadau, yn y tîm cyfresgar, y bonus tair, Dora Jones yna, gyda Iswyr Olwen. Ac yn dweud tu ôl wedyn, y bonus o Essex, roedd gan ddau Siarad Kilby fel Ysbrydol Magic Touch. Ac yn drydydd, Terry Bell, o Wendy Selly. Y pedwerydd, Camp Cyferdeg, Kitty Baldry o E-Bale Silhouette. Pemeth, 192, Stuart Franklin, gyda Sarah Rosabella. Ac i gwblhau i chweched 219, Brydfa Menai a Friday, efo Friday Sophia. So felly, swn yn ymlaen nawr i'r pencampwr Scotiaid, sef cyffel y iau, hyn ai'r ymwolion blwydd, y bonus blwydd, cyffel y dwy a cyffel y tair cystadliad yn y gyflwydd. A bydd hwn ar gyfer George Redley Tarian. So after a wonderful class we've had now with the Orkneys, we will be moving on now to the Youngster Championship. These will be the prize winners from this morning. The Erin Cook, the Erin Filly, the 2-year-old Filly, the 2-year-old Cook, the 3-year-old Cook, and the 3-year-old Filly. And they all competing for George Redley Perpetual Trophy and the Royal Welsh Championship and the Welsh Pony Cops like Big Gold Medal.
Right, we'll get ready to come in, please. Take your name. Take your name. We'll get ready to come in, please.
So in front of us now, in the middle of the ring, we can see the winners from the Swans classes coming to compete for the Youngstown Championship. We're lucky and panel of details today. Mae'r merlod gyda Dennis y bôn yma yn y dosbarthiadau unigol yn dod ar gyfer y pencampwriaeth Scotiaidd.
Dyma ni felly canlyniad yn dosbarth i ebolysu neu adfeich tair oed yn yr adran ec. So we have results in class 58, which is the 3-year-old filly o Gelwig class in the section C's. Llongyfarchiadau mawr i'r unigol yn y dosbarth yma, sef hyd 7-2. Owen Jones gyda Nico Ruby. So many congratulations to The net poster for winning this class, 702 in your catalogue, Owen Jones's Netball Rugby. Second here today is 693, and this is Justin and Heidi Davis's Popsters Hollywood. In third we have 713, and this is Ryan Wilson with Paradine Little Gem. In fourth we have 705, Joe Mason with Savoy Romany Rose. Fifth, 691, RJ Davis with Holy Rosebud. And sixth, 698, Teresa Hammer with Tempest Rosy Ribbons. Put your hands together then for the prize winners in the 3-year-old Billy or Gelting class in the section C's. Rhowch ddim ar y gwyliau gyda nhw. Yn gyntaf, Nego Rugby first, Nego Rugby. Second, aisle, Popsters Hollywood. And in third, Paradine Little Gem. A dyna ni wedi y dosbarthiadau y stoc ifanc ar gyfer y Menywod Cymreig o Deip Cof y bore yma. A dwi'n siŵr fod Mr Thomas wedi cael gled o bore beirniadu yr holl dosbarthiadau ifanc, fodd bynnag i diwy waith ar ben eto am heddiw, gan ein bod ni rwan wedi bod yn symud ymlaen i bencampwriaeth y stoc ifanc, ble bydd enithwyr o'r dosbarthiadau rygydol y bore yn dychwelyd i'r cylch i gystadlu am gydal aur Cymdeithas Menywod a Phobia Cymreig. So I'm sure Mr Thomas has had a very busy morning judging the in-stock classes in the section C's here today, but his work is not done yet. So now that we have finished the classes, we're now moving on to the highlights of the section for today, which is Special 59, and this is on page 155 of your catalogues, and this is the in-stock championship. So here, the winners of the in-stock classes all morning will be returning to the ring to compete for the Welsh Pony Corps Society Gold Medal, along with the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society Championship Rosette, which has to be awarded to the best in-stock exhibit. Felly, chafbwynt yr adran ar gyfer y bore yma yn dilyn gorau o gystadlu brwn, ac wrth gwrs mi fydd cystadlaethau neu dosbarthiadau, fel fi ddeud, adrannau yn parhau bydd iau.
And we can see our judge, Mr. Julie Perrins, has made a decision on this year's Youngstock Championship in the Welsh Pony Comp Section A, the Welsh Mountain Ponies. And the Youngstock Championship goes to the field court, number 178. This is Ashley Oldroyd and Daniel Williamson with Idyllic Sector, and no stranger to winning that year, the Roy Welsh. And reserve then goes to the 2-year-old filly. And this is number 149. Jim Farrell from Yorkshire with Wakefield Geneva, shown by Lisa Reed. So congratulations to the winner there, Ashley Oldroyd and Dan Williamson. And reserve went to the Wakefield stud with Jim Farrell. So I think I'm going to nawr i'r pencampwr Scotiau yn yr adran A. Y merlen yma, melon yma, wedi ennill o blaen y sioe brenhinol, sef yr Efon Tair i 178. Ashley Oldroyd a Daniel Williamson o Dolgellau efo Idyllic Sector. A'r Gil Wobber i fynd i'r palomino 2 blwydd, 149, Jill Farrell efo Wakefield Geneva. So felly congratulade i'r ddoi deulu am ennill fan hyn y sioe brenhinol eleni. So we've had some wonderful classes in the Welsh Mountain Ponies this morning, and I'd like to thank all exhibitors for bringing their animals to the highest standard, but also to the judge, Mr. Julie Perrins, for doing a wonderful job. We're into section C's now.
A dyma ni felly mae'r het wedi diosg yn yr adran ac, ac mae gen i'n ganlyniad yn y bencampwriaeth ifanc. So the hat is off, and we have a result in the Youngstock Championship of the section C's. And so winning special 59, the championship rosette and the Welsh Corp Society gold medal is the winner of the 2-year-old colt class, and this is number 663. Richard Pittman with Popsters Duke of Gloucester. Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn ar ennill y bencampwriaeth ifanc yma heddiw, ac wrth gwrs mi fyddwch chi nôl duniau ar gyfer y brif bencampwriaeth. So many congratulations to the Youngstock champion in the section C's here today. And the award goes to Glamorgan, to Richard Pittman with Popsters Duke of Gloucester. We look forward to seeing you back in the ring on Thursday for the overall championship. Ac yn yr un modd, llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn i'r is-bencampwr hefyd, sef enillydd y dosbarth i ebolesu ac at eich dyflwydd oed. And so the same congratulations goes to the reserve junior, the reserve Youngstock champion here today, the winner of the 2-year-old filly or gelding class. And the reserve championship goes to Powys, to the Oliver family with Hoswen Cindy. So this was the winner of the 2-year-old filly or gelding class. A llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn i chista hefyd ar dderbyn Gil Wobr yn y bencampwriaeth ifanc yn yr adran ec. So put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the Wingstop champion in the Section C's, Popsters Duke of Gloucester, property of Richard Fitzman, the winner of the 2-year-old colt class. And following him across the front of the grandstand, the reserve Wingstop champion in the Section C's, Coswen Cindy, property of the Oliver family. So I'm going to get that mawr iawn ia, yn gwneud yn ffordd o gwmpas y ffilm yn wyliannol iawn. So making the way across the grandstand and around the main lane as they deserve here this morning. Gai gynnig y cyfle i ddiolch yn fawr iawn i'n beirniad ni Mr Geraint Thomas am beirniadu y dosbarthiadau adran ec yma heddiw. Seibiant i chi fori cyn dychwelyd y cylch dydd iau ar gyfer adrannau hun. So thank you very much to our judge, Mr Geraint Thomas, accorded for the junior classes today and will be returning on Thursday for the senior classes. And thank you to all our stewards for their hard work all morning. And to our sponsors, of course, Locksley Solicitors.